Hello. I hope it works. Okay, need to figure out if you can actually see me and hear me. And the chat is here. Another chat is here. Okay, we need this chat. Probably need this chat. Okay, shows that I'm offline here. Maybe it didn't start. Okay, let me try to start it here. And it didn't start yet. Okay, it did start on Twitter. Okay, it did start on Twitch. Test. Okay, and now let's figure out how to do all that stuff. So there's chat number 1. There's chat number 2. Define. And let's do music. We are going for Lofi Girl. Let's see. Okay, my meter level is not doing too hot. Okay. I hear myself, but I don't hear the music. Why is it always so complicated? Okay, I don't hear YouTube either. Okay, so okay, I don't know how to test it now. Guess I should turn this on. I think I had this issue last time as well. Okay. Yay. We fixed the audio. Here. Poof. Okay. So here and here. Yeah, now I have no signal if it's going to stop working. wish there was a way to keep track of that, but I don't know any. Okay, so let's say that this is this. Let's say that that is that. Now I want to go and promote myself a bit. Oh, where's the music? Okay. Okay, back here's the music. And back here's the music. Should probably update my Twitch description and stuff. Probably not today. Okay, so I don't remember where my camera was exactly. Kind of like that. Okay, so okay, music is going, microphone's working. Let's just hope it's all fine. I think my microphone is like too quiet, but I don't know how to fix that. Okay, so this is going to be kind of like just a working thing where I just need to do some stuff at work. And we're going to listen to music.
Tech support is now following.
Tech support. That's a funny way. Tech support. Hi. Let me know if you have any questions. Otherwise, I'm just I'm just working on some stuff at work. What proprietary code? I specifically set up everything to be so small that you can't really see it. And on the other hand, we also might just like open source some of this stuff anyway, because it's like we're sending source maps in production anyway, so you can kind of look at this code already, so there's nothing that is like super secret. Uh, I forgot I have this break. Okay, so what do we have? We have one more follower, which is really good. uh, we have some Twitter stuff. I should probably screen share my name. Screen share my screen. So I got this code from production, and both Andre and Karan worked on it. So I'm not I'm not going to give you any names, or you are both safe. Uh, I wonder if that even works. So A is 1, 2, 3. B is 0. Oh yeah, it works. This is working Firefox or something. Because I remember this, like having some issues with it. Allow pasting. Seems legit. I bet you can sum the total compute cycles. Yeah, I mean, what are you gonna do, right? Stop writing JavaScript? Yeah, I mean, it's a good thing that you didn't see the code before this, pull request, and I mean, I wasn't sure share before, so no one, no one saw that. I don't know. It's so funny. Okay. Uh, I guess if I had someone in chat. Uh, oh, do I have someone in chat? Oh, you're still there. Oh, cool. Prime got triggered once when Theo was teaching him because he did props and React on one. Right. Yeah. I think it's kind of like two things happening at the same time. It's good practice to oh um it's good practice to clone stuff in React because you need a new reference, and it's kind of hard to do it completely right. I mean, like, how do I say it? There are just two options, like doing everything correctly performance wise, or doing everything correctly kind of like memory safety wise. And in React, I think everyone is kind of like trained to be more on like immutability side. And usually it's not a big problem. It's like in case of this thing, it's like, yeah, you will have like a arrays of size, I don't know, like five. Who cares? It's not a big deal. And so doing the wrong thing becomes like a best practice, and that's not a that's that's a good place to be in. So yeah, and it's hard to teach nuances, and that's why you will get that's why you will get like extreme opinions. So like Primogen would say never do that, and Theo would say like always do that, and both of them wrong. So you have to be like you have to know what you're doing, and it's okay to do like not optimal thing, and like both not optimal in terms of performance and not optimal in terms of kind of like best practices or whatnot. So I don't know. For some reason this is like too funny. I don't I don't know if I should show how that looked before. Yeah, exactly. And it's a like a it's yes, that's exactly the thing is if you are like that popular, if like everyone watches you, you are more focused on like entertainment value than on being right. And I forgot where like someone was tweeting like, hey, like add small errors into your videos or something so that like people would comment on it more. It's not always that, but there's a bit of like, hey, I could say something nuanced, or I could get views and retweets and stuff. So, uh, and newcomers, I mean, they have to learn from that, right? They have to you have to see that like if two people are saying completely different things, maybe you don't have, maybe you shouldn't trust them as much, and maybe you should think about for yourself because they don't know where either of them are coming from. Most just don't need to think about perf in that way. Prime does. Yeah. I kind of like. I think I sympathize with Prime more since I started like watching a bit more of him. It streams is about Rust most of the time, so like I only tune in where like the theme of the stream is kind of like more interesting to me. So uh, he at his job he's supporting like high throughput kind of like high load services where like garbage collection and all that stuff plays a big role. And for him, developer who is like React developer basically kind of like useless for his job. It's like yeah, they have all the kind of like wrong all the wrong muscle memory of like how to do stuff. So it's I understand why like he's upset, but on the other hand, that stuff works, uh, and that's where kind of like React is playing. They are playing they're playing in a field where you are fixing kind of like other people problems of like, hey, we know that people who are using us are probably like don't understand what they are doing, and so we have to give them kind of like simpler rules. And that's kind of like on the Theo side, right? He's like, hey, I want a framework where like a person from the street could do something like in like a few hours instead of like 4 years, right? And that's a different set of circumstances and different set of like, hey, we as a framework we need to make so that like even if the code is written like in a wrong and non-optimal way, users can still like use your website. And uh, I think that's called like bit of success and stuff. And if I compare that to, I don't know, like Angular where even if you like try to make it more performant, it's like it's not never going to be that kind of like that that level of kind of like safety, if that makes sense, of like, hey, you could be wrong, but it will still work. That's the different. That's basically like a different thing. Where like if you're working on Netflix and if you do something wrong, yeah, it will, yeah, like automatic system of like performance monitoring will just like yell at you and say, hey, revert that stuff. So that's like a completely different thing. Right. Okay. Uh, yeah. So, and I watched a few of his like memory, like garbage collection videos, and yeah, I like I see that I see those problems like on the servers, and it's almost like never a problem on the front end. Or the problem is like it creeps up slowly. So at the point where like everything is wrong, gone wrong, there's like no easy fix of like, oh, like the whole system is written this way. There is like no, there's no like hot path. There is no way of like, hey, just fix one thing and everything will start working faster. Um, yeah, that's unfortunately a bit of like of what happens in our product, where you have this thing of like, hey, uh, like this component is like kind of like re-rendered too often, and there's no easy fix to like how to render it less often. And but again, like usually React kind of like takes care of that, and it it works. good enough. Okay, so I'm not entirely sure what I'm going to do next. So I will switch back to my co-working stuff. We will start the timer again, and I will try to figure out what I'm doing next. Um, I was basically like reviewing that branch where that cost came from, and I kind of did everything I wanted in that. And yeah, did you try Drizzle, by the way? Yeah, so I don't do backend JavaScript. I kind of like don't believe that that's a thing. I'm a old school right now, like that. I mean, I'm an old school like that. When Node came up, just like in existence, 2014 or whatever. No, a bit earlier. Node.js release 2000. Yeah, 2009. Why am I thinking about 2000? I mean, when the releases happened, so this is 2017. Where like I think like Node 4 was like the first real one, right? That was in 2015. Because before that it was like no LTS, no anything. It's just like good luck, have fun. Yeah. So okay, I forgot what I was going to say. I tried it, but the type in inference got way too slow. Oh, interesting. Yeah. Uh, I used to have like a big issues with TypeScript around like TypeScript 3. Uh, Especially we were using like Mutable JS and stuff where it's like and Rex.js, and it was at the point where just project wouldn't compile just because it's like it was some kind of like incompatible version of Immutable JS or whatnot. I don't remember. But anyway, so my story was that I don't really think that like Node is a real thing for the server. I was doing like Elixir and I mean Erlang, and like Go was becoming a thing. So like choosing between like I think even like Java was popular at that time for backend. So it's like yeah, I can imagine like using I don't know like Kotlin, Scala if we're talking about Java stuff, or like Clojure or something like Python, or like anything else except for Node. Like why would you use Node? And uh, yeah, I think like serverless stuff helped Node.js a lot because it basically like Node.js is like kind of like is lacking infrastructure a bit, and that kind of like Docker, even like Kubernetes and serverless, they kind of like helped with the Node.js kind of like infrastructure part. So like yeah, just okay, let let it crash. Let's just restart it. Like let's just start like 10 node instances because we have 10 cores and all that stuff. So like a lot of a lot of node success in my mind is kind of like despite node, not because of node is so great. It just because of like how it just happened to be that at that time a lot of infrastructure project happened that helped to help cover where node is lacking, and that's why it kind of like became somewhat popular. And now with all of those like SSR isomorphic frameworks, where it's like, hey, you're already using like React, why don't you just add this little thing on the back end? And yeah, unfortunately, you have to use Node backend, but you can run serverless, or you can like cover your problems in some other way. Sorry, I missed a few messages. Spend the last 2 days writing a lot of code and stuff just to work easily. Yeah, I like. I know the names like Kisley, Drizzle, and Prisma and stuff, but like I never use that. You actually wrote Erlang directly. So um, I think I first wrote my like Erlang. If you go to like my GitHub, let me share my screen again. I think if you go to my GitHub, like Erlang is still like there with like 11 stars. I wrote this thing in 2009, 8. Who knows? 10, 9. Yeah, I don't know. I'm too lazy to scroll through like 200 commits to find what was the first version. Um, so I was in university and I had just kind of like winter break or something like that, and I just like read through their manual and just like learned to code a bit and wrote like a few projects, and then eventually I just like is it really version 3? I didn't know that's like that's like a real version number. That's twice as long as I've been writing code for. I mean, yeah, I've been writing a bit of code before that. I think like the first time I ever like wrote like a line of code was probably 2003 or something like that, or like 4. So I almost got to like 20 years of like since I like started doing something related to code. But this project is like I wrote it. Go just came out, and I was like, yeah, I don't care about that Erlang stuff. Like Go copied everything that was like good from Erlang almost, and like probably there's no need to like to learn Erlang. But then I just got Erlang job. And they said like, do you know how to code Erlang? And I said, yeah, I wrote this project. And they're like, okay, that seems good enough. That's kind of like how I started my career. I just wrote this thing for fun, um, many years ago. And yeah, so later on we switched to Elixir just because it's kind of like the whole ecosystem kind of like switched to Elixir. But yeah. Right. So Go was the interesting one because I kind of like followed quite closely when it was like happening, and yeah, it was basically like they saw Erlang and they were like, okay, can we? They saw it and they were like, wow, I think those are all the features that you need to build like a system that will take use of like multi-core, multi-tenant, kind of like multi-server and all that stuff. And they the same thing of like happened that all of this Docker, Kubernetes, all that stuff, it covered uh, some of the like things that like Erlang is solving. So maybe like in Go they didn't needed all of that stuff, or because of like yeah, it kind of works for Node, so maybe they didn't needed that. But yeah, in terms of the language itself, they're like, okay, let's make it kind of like as simple as possible, and let's do everything in user land. I think that's a like not it's not going to work for every language, but like it should work for some languages. So that kind of like makes sense that they were pursuing that. Writing on Camelish lang that can compile to Go in my free time. Interesting. Okay. So is OCaml typed? I always forget that. I think that's I know that like Haskell is typed. Type inference. Okay. Yeah, so you're writing a camel. Okay. I mean, technically, you can like lazy and makes a hard to performance. I mean, sure. Okay, so let me think. So you're writing a camel, and you could just compile it. You could compile it to C, right? And you can compile it to Go. That's interesting. I never heard of like people compiling to Go. That's kind of like right. I think the question is like why? Because you need to make sure because Go is type language as well. You need to make sure that your types in your language kind of like fit with Go system. Otherwise, you're going to like add any's anywhere, everywhere. Yeah. Okay. I'm glad I I figured out what's the hard what's hard about it. Yeah, interesting. Do you have like a website or GitHub or something? So is it like ready like that? Is it ready to look at it? Right. Yeah. Side projects are hard. I have so many, like I never I never finish any of them. Yeah. Actually, like I have a kind of like a on the back burner. I always want to like build a language. I'm like, uh, actually, speaking of Erlang, so Elixir came out in 2012, right? So I think it was a bit earlier than that. For some reason, I think like it should have been earlier. But when I started coding in Erlang, I was like, yeah, there are like few flavors of Erlang. There was like popular like Lisp one and like few other ones. So I was like, yeah, I should probably create a language. And in I didn't like do anything, but I the stuff that I was thinking about, it's basically like all of that is in Elixir. So when Elixir happened, I was like, oh, they created my language. Did you try Glim? I actually did. So the interesting thing about Glim is that you can compile it to Erlang slash Elixir. There's a bit of I think it's like closer to Erlang than Elixir. You can compile it to Elixir and TypeScript. And one problem that we have is that uh, let me try to find it. Okay, so one problem that we have is that there is we don't have any kind of like type safe way to talk between our backend in Elixir and our front end in TypeScript. And we basically just we have like a file that we just manually like update when types change, and there is no kind of like checks that those types are accurate and all that stuff. So I was like, okay, can we add some kind of like type safety for like something? So I came up with this idea. So there is a package that is kind of like Zod um, for like Elixir. Uh, don't remember how it's called. Yeah, so this schema is, yeah, it's some meta programming stuff. So it's like the schema is a function that is defined like somewhere, and I just need to find I just need to find where the import is, but I don't remember. It's Z something. Um, uh, so anyway, so I tried to create this thing uh where I can create like a elixir type, and it it creates like some this library. It will create some runtime checks that you can run on the code, and it will also create like kind of like a struct. So all the fields have to be like defined in advance and all of that stuff. So and then I just like export type equals like field and all that stuff. So I just generate like TypeScript file manually, and this is how it looks. So at this moment, I think we only support like strings and stuff. It's not a problem to like add it, but I just didn't have time to kind of like look too closely into that. But this is what I was thinking I could use Gleam for. I thought if I create a Gleam like structs, basically, I think they call it in Gleam, and then I just compile it to Erlang and I compile it to TypeScript. I will basically like code gen those types, and I can somehow, I don't know. This was why I was looking into Gleam a bit more, but yeah, it kind of like didn't pan out too much. Okay, I'm missing some messages from you. Gleam seems like a perfect backend language for me. Um, Not crazy like Rust, nicer type system than Go. Right. So okay. Uh, so it has a type system, which is good because like Erlang or Elixir doesn't. They have some type stuff, but it's kind of like it's kind of like even worse than TypeScript. Um, so yeah, so it's not as simple as Go, not as crazy as Rust. I agree with all of that. uh, End-to-end type interface is nice, but the type can get too complex having. Right. So the hard part is kind of like enforcing all of that stuff. Is like, okay, so I created that type, but how do I know that this endpoint returns that type? And I think that could be like a fun layer to invent. I know that like Swagger, or how they call it right now, like Open API, um, they do a lot of that stuff. So I kind of like I never I never looked into that, and I wonder if there is a way to kind of like declare it like that. Yeah, yeah. So the thing with OpenAPI is that most of the traffic between like backend and front end is actually happening through WebSockets. And on WebSockets, it just yeah, it's not like a REST. We have our own kind of like RPC thing on top of WebSockets. So I'm like mm, I'm like 100% sure we couldn't use OpenAPI for that, and we don't have like a public API REST API, so we don't need to have open API for that. So the thing that I want to solve is kind of like um, that REST stuff. So right now I just wrote this thing. It has some issues with TypeScript. Unfortunately, like I'm not that smart to figure out how to fix it completely. But the idea is that, hey, we have like a you can send this command and you will get this response. And it would be cool if I can generate like this whole file based on some kind of like rules through WebSockets, but it's not it's not true at the moment. Yeah, I was interested into doing like GraphQL. They have like a library for Elixir, and I was thinking if I can hook into that one somehow, but yeah, I don't know. Uh, I don't really know. So I haven't figured out like the good way to use Gleam yet, uh, because that was the only project where I wanted to do this, and yeah. So going back to the idea, like I want to create my language. I think it would be uh, something like similar to Elixir or like Go or Gleam. I don't have like a good problem that language would solve. That's why like I don't do anything about it. But I constantly like think about like how would I create a language? Like what are like the good things, what are the bad things? And in terms of like JavaScript, where I kind of like work mostly right now, is just like, hey, you have like JSCSB, which is kind of like Go channels for JavaScript, and it's like, yeah, is that like a good thing? Could you use it in like a real thing? Like, would it make sense to have a um, would it make sense to have something like Gleam, right, that could compile to JavaScript or Erlang, where in Erlang you already have all of the like agents and processes and stuff, and it's like, should you emulate that in JavaScript somehow? So I don't know. Yeah, I definitely should follow you. And uh, yeah, maybe once I want to do my language, I will hit you up and ask you how to do it. I need very particular set of features. Yeah, like gamers, the like game dev people are the worst. They always think that they can create their own engine, they can create their own language, and that's the only problem that is stopping them from building a good game. Yeah. I follow this guy, Randy. I mean, follow. It's a like a maybe like too strong of the word, but yeah, it's funny. Like it's just a guy. It's always like funny where it's just a guy who just wants to create this game, and it's like, yeah, what's the hardest way to do that? Let me build the whole engine in C. Yeah, yeah. I think he did like his own website. Uh, maybe Next or something. I forgot, but yeah, I watched that one. Yeah, it's it's fine. He's doing fine. He's doing it for 5 years, and somehow he's like still doing it. So it's fine. Okay, Captain Obvious here. Okay. Okay, I still need to do some some stuff done. My boss responded with something. I hope he's not going to fire me for this tweet, but uh, so my battery is dying. I need to do this thing. I need to try to connect my. I don't know if they moved like a table here. As I'm in kind of like working space where only one who's usually working. Okay, so I'll drop my phone. Let me connect to the power somehow. Okay, am I good? Okay, I think I'm good. Yeah, we're getting dangerously low. I don't think I ever. Oh yeah, he has a lot of stories about his username. I don't know if there's like easy way to see when people created account. Yeah, I don't know. Like, I don't even know if Twitter was a thing when he created it. But yeah, he always gets mentions just because people will type something and like just just type apps. Uh, like workout people like to mention him because instead of like hashtag apps, they write at apps. Yeah, so he's fun like that. He lives in Bay Area, so he's like yeah, he's in all of that startup culture and stuff. Uh, okay, so going going back to the thing. So I need to stop sharing my screen, and I need to figure out what I'm going to do. Uh, okay, and since we started the timer, let me start the music, and yeah. See you back in 45 minutes or whatever I set my break in. something happening. I need to take a look. Okay, so that was weird. uh, one of the apartments, they just uh, something on their balcony, and the water is just like flowing from their balcony to the next balcony. So I see some people around there, so I'm just going to assume that they have it under control. Okay, so let me switch screen sharing back on. So I'm working on this thing. It's called B2b SaaS Kit. Uh, Basically, I want to take the idea of Dino SaaS Kit and do it on Astro. And the angle is that it's for B2B. So we're expecting you to create, for users to create organizations instead of just users. And I streamed the first part before. I didn't look too much into documentation before, so I looked at their examples. I'm a bit disappointed that their backend integration is not what I was expecting. It's much more waterfall kind of like stuff. Oh wow. Okay, now I understand what's happening. So they had a cooler that was full of water, and they were just draining it. Okay, this is the stupidest thing I ever saw. Okay. Um, yeah, so it's really waterfally. So your their Next.js example is like, hey, uh, do SSR that like does nothing. Then once the client hydrates, it will run fetch request. That fetch request will have header, auth header, and then on the server we can like check stuff and check JWT and stuff. So um, I was expecting something much more complicated, and maybe that's why they don't do it. But yeah, I don't know if I should. I'm going to do like a second part for my stream. It's yeah. So this is the first part. So I want to do part two, and uh, I need to figure out what I can do now so that part two still makes sense. And so the thing that I'm not doing right now, so I don't have logout button, which I really should, and maybe that's what I need to do. And it's not going to be like, it's probably not going to be complicated to explain what I did. It's just, yeah, I have this hook and I show logout button. uh, I'm still like not clear about like the integration that they do in like what pages should be hosted, what pages should be local. Yeah, maybe like everything should be hosted for like a better experience. Maybe like I was wrong to do it on my end. Yeah, I sent an email to like the founder, so um, hopefully he can respond and I will figure out what to do. Okay, so okay, I'm not sure where I should start. So I think my first problem is that when I try to log in, okay, maybe that's not super problem, but so let's start with logout button. So uh, they have logout button here, and it shouldn't be that complicated. Just pay and do this function, and so if you're I guess if auth user loading is false and auth user exists, then return this, and okay, I think it's wrong way. It should be this, then loading, and then it's just auth user. Hmm. Yeah, it's still loading. Oh, I see. Yeah, the other way around. So if you have a user, okay, then do this. Otherwise, do this, and um, and let's add a logout button. Okay, logout functions takes redirect and logout. Okay, interesting. Not sure what's that supposed to be, but okay, click here to log out. Log out. Okay, and not sure I'm not sure where it's logging me out. Okay, so let's back go back here. Not logged in. Oh, I need to log in through my. Well, I should just create a just create a simple password maybe. Okay, logging in. Let me hide my screen. Let's go back to Gmail and let's click on the link. So it sent me through to this page. So it's not this page, but who cares? It's the same. Yeah, so I think that's my first issue. So we can go back to propelauth, and right now I have one project, and I should create a new project, which is b2b template localhost, and fine, 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 fine. Okay, so any front integration, and basically I will create n dot local, and I will use this URL instead. I think that's the plan. So now I'm going to start it. Hopefully on localhost. Now I should not be seeing an account. Okay, so access from origin is blocked. Sure, that's where we go here and we do localhost 3000, and I don't remember. Okay, I think this one should be account. Maybe both of them should be account. Now let's refresh. Not logged in. Okay, now let's log in through the email again, and new link, and redirects the localhost. Perfect. Okay, so that's kind of cool. Now this thing. So I go users here, my users, and I go users here. I have my other users, and okay. Yeah, the go live thing is not working, and this is pretty upsetting. But this is how we're going to deal with it. Okay, so so far it's going fine. I could probably check the logout button, but I think this is fine. Okay, so so add log out button. Okay, so what do we do now? Okay, so I'm right. So let's see if it works. Yeah, the thing is that SSR is not working for this thing anyway. So won't probably be able to do what I want. This is upsetting. This is pretty upsetting. Okay. Okay. I will be refreshing until I until I get the like new code. So hopefully it'll. Yep. Okay. So now we need to figure out organizations, maybe. So this was React. This is next. Helper networks. Okay, so let's start with that. Okay, so we are here and we have this thing. We should have org helper and get orgs. Get orgs. Okay. What else do we have? Okay, I think it's just get orgs and stuff. Okay. So now how do I create an organization? So create. Okay, redirect to create org. Okay. Let's start here. And I'm guessing this is just a function. Okay, and it doesn't work. So we have a logout button. Now we need to have a create work button, and it's going to be yeah. I don't know how that works. So, and yeah, so create org. Okay, percent to create org, which is fine, which is what we wanted. Test work create. Okay, so still create works. Should probably do auth or helper it works, and I should do it once we already know that it exists. So now we're getting orgs. Stuff. User permissions. Interesting. I was under impression that you can't see that. You only can see roles. Is that a bug in the Is that wrong in docs? So in docs we have roles, something roles, and users. Okay. User will not directly interact with permissions. Okay, I read that as in users don't even know what permissions they have, but this is not how it works. Okay, so where do they list orgs? Okay, this one. Link org members of interesting. Okay. Yeah, that's one way of doing it. Okay, so members are okay. Right, so now this I can't SSG. This is going to be complicated. Okay, so now how do I handle org information? Okay, so if I create a page, it has org ID, and that page will have how that works. Okay, org helper. Org helper is part of the auth info, but okay, router query. Okay, now we get our org ID, and we get org. And I can fetch org info given the org ID. Okay, and I need that because there is no way to get org users without this. I'm guessing. Okay, org helper. Yeah, it works. Yeah. Okay. Okay, let me have this, but I need okay. It has to be a response. Yeah, it's interesting that their responses have functions. That's that's pretty funny API because does it have to be like can there be just a function and you get like and you pass user ID or work ID? It could possibly be kind of like more type safe, but yeah, I don't know. Okay, let me switch back to the music because apparently I'm too tired to talk. uh, I should know how to change this thing. So um, today, right now, I'm uh, figuring out how to do how to use propelauth in Astro. So that's my plan, and we do today. Yay! Great success. Let's switch back to what's this one? Okay. Okay, let's switch back to this one because that's where chat could happen potentially. YouTube chat is usually just bots, so I don't expect too much. But okay. I also need to check my battery. 25%. Okay, that's not much. I need to prob. Okay, I need to switch to this, and I need to uh, connect the charger. I have this new fancy charger that can charge two devices or like three devices at the same time, but I only have two USB-C cables. So for me, it's two. And yeah, should be good to go. Let's just turn on the music and let's see you back in 40 minutes. Okay, so time to take a break. Uh, probably happened a long time ago. I need to add like a sound or something when it happens. Okay, so what are we doing? Um, doesn't look like anyone is in the chat, so I don't know who I'm going to say that to. Uh, so doing. Where's the thing? Yes. Um, so I tried to figure out how to do. I'm trying to figure out how to do SSR because I got this Next.js example app, and it needs to get user list from API. So uh, there's no way I can skip it now. I need to create a function, and in Astro, the only way to create a function is to turn on SSR. So it's a good thing and a bad thing. So the good thing is that um, because SSR doesn't because SSR doesn't build the app, propelauth somehow works. But if I try to do a pre-render through, it crashes. So it tries to compile it, and it's like, hey, this is a common.js module, blah blah blah. So yeah, so that's what's happening, and of course I can do client only React, and it should build. No, it doesn't. Okay, interesting. Why wouldn't you build? Yeah, so it probably uses a lot of warnings, which I don't know how important that is. But yeah, pre-render 2 doesn't work. So I wonder if it's going to work on something simpler like index astro because it doesn't depend on anything. I just never played with SSR properly, so it's always so confusing to me. Yeah, so this is crazy. So we turned on SSR for a page that is like doesn't even have JavaScript, and now everything crashes. So it's actually could be a good thing to say to Astro team. It's like, hey guys, how or why? So I also lost the client only commit. I think I should cherry pick it. Now let's do, okay, so bug astro pre-render. So that's the bug. Why would you crash? Why would it crash if we try to re-render a completely static page? Okay, so now let's go back to main. So undo this, do this, and so this switches everything to client only. So hopefully we're just not sending that thing to the server bundle anymore. And now we can do re-render. And hopefully it will work. It does work. And it re-renders static routes. Okay. So yeah, so every route is static now. Okay, this, 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 this. Okay, sure. Yeah, so now if any of them will forget to do client only, it will crash. Even though, yeah. Yep. Okay, so now I can compile everything to static. But I can still do API routes. Turn on SSG for everything. Okay. Okay. So this. Okay, so now I go to API route. So the API route is going to be, if you go to pages, you can just create a folder called API. And in that folder, we can create a folder called work. And in work, we can create work astro. So that's where we go back to yeah, you can check the if the build succeeded. So it was this branches, yeah. We didn't care about branches. We do care about build. I want to see how that looks. Static assets. Boom, boom, boom. HTML and render function. But what does render function does if I, yeah, I don't know, maybe for 4? Sure. So static routes. Yeah, sure. Okay, so this now count. Okay, so now if I curl it, getting yeah, it's not cached. It has e tag. as cache miss cache hit. Okay, so it's cached on CDN, but it's not cached on the browser. Which I have no idea how to fix that, so it's fine. So now let's go back to this, and now we have so now he'll go here. So we want to do post request. Yeah. Let's copy all this. Okay. So if file is .astro, I have to do this. Okay. Yeah, that's just TypeScript thing. Yeah, so build everything static. I don't know how this works. Okay, so it's just random function. Okay, I think that's how it works. Now I can also save this as .ts, and it should also work. Okay, interesting. It's slightly different output. I wanna I wanna see now. So let's go back to this, and let's go back to Astro. Okay, so let's build it. So it's just bigger. It's the same stuff here. Yes, maybe the entry is also changed, but yeah, so it creates a component. Default file post. Okay, so I guess there is a difference. Okay. Okay, so then it should be TypeScript, okay? Um, so let's go back to the Next.js example, and this is their thing. So it should be API work org AD. So this is what it does. So yeah, validate user in org Edge users in org. Does it have to do that? Does it have to validate it? I guess if I want to access I want to check if the user has that. No, I don't know. Seems silly. Kinda. Maybe it creates some state. I'm not sure. Okay, so let's go the okay. So let's get it running. Now if we go to API work 123, not found. And if I post it, it's a syntax error. Okay, which is probably good. Unexpected JSON. Okay, so sure. So let's go back to docs. Let's figure out where are we now? It's a recipe. We need to have, I don't know, rest. Yeah, the search in Astro is not great. I never find what I was looking for. I think I should just go to Vercel. And hopefully they just have some kind of Vercel middleware. Okay. You can use middleware. You don't need to install Edge to write middleware. You need to install add middleware to a project. You can run Vercel dev. Yeah, I need to figure out how to like do the how to do local development. Okay, learn how to do. Okay, enable SSR. Sure, we'll do that. Astro drops on 14, so make sure that what I was looking for. Edge function, serverless and static. Yeah, so I guess Vercel Edge is not the best one. Okay, let's scratch it, or what we can at least. Okay, so include files. Force bundled, helpful. Notice music files. Okay. Okay. There is no. Okay, so how do I do API? So method or something. Endpoints. Okay. Static file. Dynamic routing for endpoints. Okay. Get params. Just be method. JSON TS. What's the difference? Oh, I guess that's just okay. API route. Okay, thank you. That's all that we were looking for. Okay, so the post is an API route, and that's how we do it. Okay, let's comment this out for a second. Blah blah blah. Request redirects. Interesting. So get redirect from here. Okay, that's a one way of doing it. So okay, we don't want to do that stuff. We want to get some JSON. Okay. Okay. So okay. And okay, I think that's how you do it. Yes. Perfect. Uh, if I'm looking for org information, I don't think I need to. It doesn't have to be a post, right? So here it's a get, and let's do it without data. Okay. Now let's do all the all the crazy stuff. Okay. So where are we now? Edit this. So we need to do flip propelauth. Okay. So this is where we. Okay. We don't have this package, I think, so we need to add it first. Okay, so now play with this. Okay, so it's defined. So now we need to do all of that stuff. I don't know how env works in Astro and in Edge, but I hope it works somehow. Okay. Have this. Okay, so it crashes now because valid URL. Okay, so let's go to have this and we copy. Okay, if you copy dot and from Next.js to dot end dot development or something, and So and development local. I think that's the plan. So it's all there. So now if I restart it, okay, invalid. Okay, so it's undefined. So what if we do import meta and okay, it's there. So try this. Okay, worked. So now we have this, and we need to validate user blah blah blah. Okay, so in order to validate the user, we need to do propelauth validate access token and get user. Okay, interesting. Okay, so I can't see the names. Okay, okay. So with org info, with all permissions, with exact role, with minimum role. Okay, that's fun way. I think it's only thing you can do. So headers authorization. No authorization header found. Sure, right. I guess where are we getting authorization? That's access token. And where are we getting access token? Did it crash? Okay, it did. Where are we getting access token? Okay, that's the access token. So we should be getting this here now. So let's go back to account. Let's yeah, it's going to be like a rule of hook stuff if we're doing it here. So let's do like orgs. I mean, or organizations. Okay, and should probably do React query, but oh well. Okay, fetch. All right, should be fetching specific work. Oh my god. Yeah, work 1, 2, 3. How is my phone doing? Okay, I think it's fine. I don't know what was blinking. Okay, so now we have this, and yeah, console log is going to be fine. So let's go back here. Okay, so we're fetching work 1, 2, 3, and okay. Oh, I see. We named it work, not orgs. So do that. Okay, so work 1, 2, 3, sure, all works. So now, did it crash again? Yeah, it did. While sleep 1, 2, done. I appreciate the effort. People like doing this. Oh my god. Okay. So you're crashing stuff. Now we shouldn't be crashing. That feels like the token equals this. If not token, throw no token. Maybe it should be like a better error, but let's do this. And let's do this. Okay. At least it's not crashing. This is like, oh, this is already good. So now the returns, yeah, the returns an error. But at least here it's doing fine. So serialization header and word org info. Okay, interesting. Interesting. Okay. Sure, we're doing fine. So let's do uh let's do this. And we can do this. So when we are doing fetch and send headers, you can send authorization. Okay, and we actually do have a token. So here when we do organization, we can do token equals auth access token. Okay, so that's the token that we're going to send to fresh, and we're sending the token, and we're getting some info, and we're getting some promises. Okay, promises. Should be doing music, but it's getting distracting when I talk. Okay, so let's wait. Hey, we got stuff. Okay, so it actually even gives us the right type. Okay, that's good. Now we did this. Validate user isn't work by path from. Okay, I guess I missed what that is. Okay, validate access token and get user with org info. Okay. Sure. Okay, so it's actually, I see the handle error, and it's actually like not a bad idea. So let's send the wrong header. So right now it crashes, and if we do this, and if we do try, try catch. So if we catch that error, we can turn it into, why is it LED? Okay, I don't need to think about that. We can do console log error. Okay, so that's plan. If we do this, okay, it's stuck again. The browser stuck, or is the thing stuck? Okay. So invalid token. So now if I have the error, I can use status and the error message. Okay, interesting. So, right, interesting. So I can do response. This is going to be the error message, and this is going to be error status. Okay, that's cool. I wonder that should be like a pattern. Run detailed in error. Okay, so what does it look like if I run detailed info? So invalid token. Okay, it's just invalid token. I guess it's just a different thing for different users, so or different errors. So maybe this error is not like specific enough. Okay, so have validate. Okay, yeah, this could be maybe like a, yeah. Let's keep it false because that seems like a safe option, but this thing could be a helper. So uh, run propelauth run for error. What do I want to call it? Okay, so let me just copy it. We'll try to. Okay, so I have a promise, and this is a promise generator. I think no, it's just a promise. So resolve propel auth promise from promise something, and I'm going to await it in async function, and return this error. So here, for example, I'm going to resolve this promise, and if it fails, it fails. Okay, so let's do this, and 200. Okay, so it didn't do return. Okay, so now if I don't return but throw, okay, it's still this. Okay. Okay, this is slightly harder than I was expecting. Okay, unhandled rejection. Why can't I throw response? It seems like a perfectly valid thing to do. Well, okay. So let me just move everything here, and I'll figure out how to reuse it later. So get everything from here to here. Now, if I have an error, it's proper for 1 and such. Okay, so this is just a wait. So now let's go back and fix the token. So it's just 1, 2, 3. I can resolve the user. So there, I was trying to resolve a user for a particular org. Okay, so I wonder what's going to happen for something like this. So if I do this, okay, it's 4, 4 because it works now. Okay, so it's unauthorized 4, 1. Okay. Yeah, it's not exactly what I had in mind, but let's keep it like that. So okay. So now that we have all of that stuff, let's do. Do we have a user? Okay. Okay, so now okay, so now we have all of that. I should be able to get works. So, but for that I need the proper org ID. I mean, I can just take it from here. So let's do this. Okay, and now when I have this, I have okay. I was looking for astro docs. For what am I looking docs for? For endpoints. We now know that it's called endpoints and now params. Okay. Could have been more complicated, but it wasn't. So where are we? Here. Okay, so it's org ID, params org ID. I don't know if there's a way to kind of scope it somehow. Yeah, maybe only for get static props. I don't know. So we are interested in params org ID. Okay, so now that we know org ID, we can check if user has an access to org ID. It even returns org member info now, and we know that it's the second org, and even all of that stuff. Let's do fetch users in org. Yeah, so if not org ID, throw org ID. That should be better. And boom, users. Okay. So that's fun and great and cool and all that stuff. So now that we have users, not sure what we can do with them. Oh, so if I'm here, I have org users. Yeah, just show their emails. Okay. So response data is users map. Something like that. Okay, something like that. Okay, users array user ID email. Okay, perfect. So now I get rid of all of that stuff and um, do all of that stuff. Okay. Right. So when we do accounts, I guess once we click on Okay, so once we have some kind of selected org, okay, so this is organizations, but I need organization, and I think if it would have had something like select second org and organization is here, and the bottom does on-click set selected organization this, and then organization is work 80 equals selected work name string. Okay, selected work ID. So this is work ID. Okay, and that's selected work ID. Now I just need to add the state. And it can be undefined at first, but if I do this, then it's not undefined. Okay, so okay, select second work. Okay, sure. So users, and once I get this, it's as yeah. I don't know how to do this. The JSON returns promise. So it should be like this. So it should be a user's user ID string, email string, and ish. And so type user is this. Okay, I'm sure my charger is doing too hot. Maybe that it's actually doing too hot. And okay, so we have this now. Now we have users and set user, and we also have some kind of state, and so while it's loading, okay, the one is success, it's this, and then we can do set users here. And I guess that is success. Okay, that's the plan. Test org users. Second org. Okay. Doesn't. So when the org ID changes, this should change as well. Okay, and so the story should be set status loading, set users empty. Okay, right. I don't have a second user. That's why it looked the same. Okay. Okay. This is fine. I think we're having fine progress. It's not going to work on production because we need to set up keys and stuff. Okay. So I need to. Okay. Let's do a bit music again, and that's when I'm going to be working these keys. Okay, so I deployed this thing. Apparently, propelauth doesn't work with serverless. Oh, sorry, doesn't work with Edge, so I had to deploy the serverless, and now that I did, uh, this request is just I don't know. Okay, so this is the fastest one so far. It's like 400 milliseconds. Yeah, and I don't know if that doesn't seem like a cold start. This just seems like a bad idea. Yeah, this is I I don't get it. Uh, so can I do HTTP stat with uh, headers? Okay, it's not it. Okay, add extra header. Okay, so now if I have this, okay, so if I do this and send an extra header, okay, so now I mean, yeah, it takes so long for it to even figure out that it's not authorized. I can imagine that there's something wrong with my internet, but yeah, this is not good. Does it use serverless for Force? This one should be static. Feel like so. Okay, I can imagine that my internet is not working right now, but I mean, like I'm streaming fine on Twitch and stuff. So okay, I think that's it. I think where's my yeah, I have this screen. I think that's it. Thank you everyone who showed up. I think that was tech tech support. And yeah, see you.